afternoon, everyone, and welcome to November the 15th. It sure feels like snow out there. Nice to see the sun and nice to see you all joining us today. Welcome to our staff and to our media representatives and our guests and to all of council. We do have everyone here today with us, and so with that, I will call this meeting to order. And first off the mark, in our first real formal, council meeting, I'll ask our Deputy Mayor to read our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's an honor to read our new land acknowledgement today. We would like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash Unceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis, whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis peoples and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend these waters.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And we'll move in to ask you all to join us in a moment of reflection. And if you will, please keep in your hearts and in your prayers today the passing of our colleague, the Deputy Mayor of the town of Blue Mountains, Rob Harder. It is with sadness that we heard of his passing today, and obviously send our condolences and best wishes to the family and to his colleagues on the town of Blue Mountains Council. If you'll join me in a moment of reflection, please. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of interest in any of the agenda items today? Seeing none at this time, please bring it forward if it should come to your information later on in the proceedings. And with that, we'll move on to announcements. Are there any announcements around the table? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one today. Recalling the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan and remembering that over 60% of the respondents suggested that it was very difficult to find meaningful work in Meaford. I just wanted to let people know that at the Y, Wendy Tomlinson, the job developer responsible for Meaford, will be there at the library December the 1st from 2 until 4 o'clock to provide support for job seekers, and they'll have opportunities to get support with resume writing, interview skills, and she'll be able to talk about job opportunities in the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple from our staff have given us a heads up that Saturday, December the 4th will be a very festive evening in our downtown area with lots of things going on for family fun. The festivities kick off with a scavenger hunt and ornament making for kids, all hosted by Meaford Public Library. Hot chocolate will be sponsored by the Olivet Baptist Church, and popcorn sponsored by the BIA. And of course, a competition which we've all been familiar with over the years for the best chili and chili makers in our area. Hot apple cider at the Apple in Market Square, sponsored by the Anglican Church. We'll also light the traditional Christmas tree and at the Meaford Hall Garden at that time, and of course followed by the Santa Claus Parade sponsored by the Kinsman Club of Meaford. The route will be from Sykes Street, starting at Ivan Street and ending at Collingwood Street. A dancing windows performance installation by Mutable Arts and at the Personally Yours Fabric and Wool Shop will take place as well. Throughout November, there's a window display competition taking place amongst downtown businesses, and we ask that you vote for your favorite between November the 13th to December the 3rd. Ballot boxes will be scattered throughout the downtown area. For more information, like timing and when the parade will start, please follow the Kinsman Club of Meaford and Meaford Chamber of Commerce on Facebook. That will have the most up-to-date information. Just want to mention again what another wonderful performance of Meaford Dragons on November the 4th. Stillfields Brewery was the big winner of the 13th annual competition, and a total of $14,275 in cash and other prizes was awarded. So just wanted to offer our congratulations to all involved. It was another great show, and great to be back in Meaford Hall for that wonderful opportunity for increasing our businesses in our area. I just want to mention too that Meaford Community Center has a wide range of offerings to beat those winter blues, including yoga and Tai Chi and other forms of not only entertainment but fitness as well. Please visit meaford.ca and explore our site to discover your next new activity. And with that, I'll ask again if there's anything that what someone has remembered for announcements. Seeing none, we will move on then to public participation as a very important part of our formal council meetings. We really do encourage the public to come and join us at council meetings or to participate virtually. They can come in and make a presentation and or a deputation on any of the items on our agenda, or ask questions that will be recorded in the minutes, and we welcome anyone who wishes to participate in that way. Today we have a presentation from Paul Eichhorn, and Paul doesn't appear to be with us.
Oh, I should be here.
There you are. You're virtual.
Thank you.
Welcome, Paul.
Yes, I am.
I was looking for you.
Worship. Would you like me to begin? Sorry,
Please.
I go.
We welcome you virtually.
Let me begin. Sure. Let me begin by thanking your worship and the council for the opportunity to update you about Sweetwater's activities since 2019. It seems like it wasn't that long ago that we were there at the council chamber in person, back before COVID, and we, of course, we're making our presentation about our funding over the next few years, and I want to again thank you for your support as always. As you can imagine, things have really changed a lot for all of us since 2019 because the world we live in is not the same place anymore. And I'm happy to report that Sweetwater has kept music alive. Our 2019 year was a big year of change already because we saw the transition from our founding artistic director, Mark Fuhrer, to our new AD, Edwin Kazinga. The September Festival in 2019 was a great success as we said goodbye to Mark, and we had an amazing opening night concert at the Historic Leaf Church with world famous countertenor Daniel Taylor, and it was certainly an emotional year for us, but it was a great way for Mark to say goodbye, and we look forward to having him back again. I'm sure he will again perform at Sweetwater because he certainly loves the area and the festival that he founded so many years ago. We had big plans for the festival in 2020 to give Edwin a big start, but then the pandemic happened in March 2020. And as you know, I think all of us, including yourselves at the council table, went, what now? And what now indeed? We, however, were determined to keep things happening. Our artistic director wanted to not only make sure the musicians had opportunities, but that the audiences had a chance to enjoy the music. I mean, really, we needed that. And I think we all agree that those are the things that kept us going over the last few months. We were originally going to have our next wave showcase for young performers again at the Leaf Church in the spring like we did in 2019, which was a great success, our first one. We ended up moving to an online format, and we ended up doing a lot of online activities already right away in the spring. And that was a way to ensure that people could make connections with us. And we did a lot of messaging to keep in touch with people. I think people wanted to have that reach out, and I'm sure again the municipality noticed that that kind of communication was crucial over the last few months. We ended up having to postpone our festival in September in 2020, but we ended up creating a new event called Sweetwater Surreal, because as our artistic director said, it's very surreal what we're going through. And we ended up staging 7 pop-up concerts around the community and 4 garden concerts at private residences or locations in both Meaford and Owen Sound in September 2020. And 3 of those concerts took place actually in Meaford. We had one pop-up at the Harvard Pavilion, and I know the mayor had attended that event. I remember seeing her there. And it was also the first time that Sweetwater ever had an outdoor concert. So another first for Meaford. Our festival, of course, started in Meaford at the Leith Church, and we had our first outdoor concert ever. And it looks like those are going to be here to stay, actually, because they were very successful in 2020, and we did it again this year, too. I'll talk more about that later, but we also had an evening concert that same day in September at a private residence just outside of Annan, a beautiful historic home. And another evening concert at Coffin Ridge, which was an unbelievable evening. If you saw the tourism brochure this year that was put out by Meaford, there was a photo from that concert, an amazing sunset. As you know, the sunsets are amazing when you're up there at Coffin Ridge. The only issue was it was very cold September, unusually cold. We were just over freezing at the end of the concert, so it wasn't a very good evening, to say the least, to have a concert outside, but people did enjoy it because it was magical, really, when it came right down to it. We reached over 600 plus people during live concerts during our Surreal event. And in October, we had actually an indoor event and a live stream, a first ever for Sweetwater, featuring Misha Brugger-Gossman, who of course is a world-renowned performer. And so we had a busy year in 2020, and it included the launch of a program called Front Row, where we introduced artists online, another called Into the Music, where you get to actually get in on a Zoom and have a chance to speak to performers with Edwin Huizinga, who hosts it, and there's also podcasts of those online, and you can still watch all those, by the way, on our website. And our Next Wave Showcase, again, had 10 talented performers in this past year. We did it again online, and many of them were from the local region, and 4 of them actually performed at our Sweetwater Festival in September, this past September. Obviously 2021 was a question mark again for us because of the pandemic. We were just getting into wave 3 in the spring. We came up with 3 options of how we could keep things going. We were determined to have our full festival, and we did. And we brought it to life as both an online and live event. And we had 700 plus people attend 4 main stage concerts and 4 community concerts during 4 days in September. Again, Meaford was a key venue as we held community concerts to launch the festival at the Harper Pavilion. Again, a beautiful day. The weather was perfect down by the waterfront. It's beautiful. Later that day, we had another special celebration concert, again at the private residence just outside of Annan. Beautiful evening, again, nice sunset. The sunsets, I guess, are just beautiful in Meaford, and that's something I think everybody should know about. In addition, a special digital concert was shot at the historic Leith Church. We couldn't do our opening night there for the last 2 years because of the nature of that venue, very small. But we shot this beautiful concert. It's going to be shown as part of Festival Ontario in January. It's a province-wide showcase for the main music festivals across Ontario, chamber music festivals, and it's going to be a great way again to highlight one of the great places in the community for sure. This coming year, Sweetwater hopes to return to a more normal year, and we'll continue to hold community concerts in and around Meaford, again, to allow all the public to come down and just enjoy a really beautiful music moment. And we are going to be back at the historic Leith Church for our opening night, and that's going to be really great after 2 years of being away. Sweetwater could not have done what we did without the continued support of our key funders like the municipality of Meaford. That was key. And with our box office really cut in half, as most live organizations have had, you just couldn't sell the tickets due to the restrictions. Having the support of public funders like Meaford is just vital, and it will continue to be. We are in a transition phase over the next 2 to 3 years, so we will continue to be certainly looking to our partners within the public sector, and also, of course, obviously supporters, individual donors, and companies who can help. Makes a huge difference. Please go to our website, sweetwatermusicfestival.ca. You can see the videos and the photos from these past 2 years. That beautiful sunset shot's on there. If you have not seen it, please check it out. It's a stunner by John White, who's a great photographer in the area. A lot of people know his work. Thank you again for your ongoing support, and I appreciate having the time to do this. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thanks so much, Paul. I certainly have felt for you folks, as with all of our artists and in our community that thrives on musical performances, particularly in our wonderful Meaford Hall. But this period of the pandemic has been particularly difficult for performers, and you have been creative and certainly innovative in bringing the Sweetwater Festival to our community as well. And I just wanted to comment that I've attended many concerts and particularly enjoyed the opening galas that you've had in the past and will have again. You just bring such an enrichment to our community with the type of music that offers a choice to all of our residents. So congratulations for that, and thank you for keeping it going for all of us to enjoy. Comments or questions from council? I'm seeing none. Paul, I just want to thank you again for what you do for our community and for tuning in today.
Thank you, Worship, and I look forward to seeing you all, and we'll certainly be there in September. Keep your eyes out and check our website for sure.
We'll look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have a deputation on an agenda item, and I want to welcome Kristen Rennie to the microphone. Welcome, Kristen. If you feel comfortable, you may take your mask off, if that's helpful.
I feel like I'm in music class right now.
Yeah.
Not going to sing, don't worry. Madam Mayor, members of council, my name is Kristen Rennie. I'm from Georgian Planning Solutions, and I'm a registered professional planner. And I'm the agent for Sinclair Construction, who are the owners of the development referred to as Meaford Haven. So I just want to speak to you today, an item that's on your committee of the whole agenda, DEV 2021-42, Meaford Haven Draft Plan Extension Approval. And I'd like to take this opportunity just to bring you guys up to speed on what we've been up to over the last year, since I was here a year ago asking for an extension at that point as well. So we have been busy moving forward with the proposal, working towards some detailed design work for phase 1 and working through the draft conditions. This, as part of that, we've completed a phase 2 archaeological report, ESA phase 2. We've completed geotechnical work on the property and completed some environmental work, including a butternut assessment. We've been working with our neighbors to the north, the Loon Call Development, to confirm alignment of access to both of the properties and to coordinate required improvements to both Highway 26 and the existing water main within that road. We are currently preparing a red line revision application to realign 2 of the blocks within the approved draft plan of subdivision for a reduction to one of the commercial blocks. And if you can recall, it's been a while, that commercial block did include a provision for a medical center, which at this point is no longer required on that side of town because it's already been built on an adjacent property. So that will be coming forward shortly. Our engineers are working on the phase 1 detailed design and have updated the functional servicing report and the traffic study to support the submission. We've been speaking with planning staff about moving forward with the overall subdivision agreement, so that should be happening shortly. And so as you can see, we've been working pretty hard, even with COVID, to get stuff done, and just wanted to take this opportunity to bring you up to date, and I'm here to answer any questions that you might have now or when the request is brought forth.
Thank you very much, Kristen. Appreciate that. I think we'll wait for, do you have a question now, Deputy Mayor?
If I may, Your Worship. Kristen, lovely to have you here with us today, and not really related to your request for an extension, but I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about the type of housing that's planned. Is it what we might consider attainable, or just kind of what level of housing can we expect from Meaford Haven?
So the overall proposal is a mixed-use development. So there's a commercial aspect, townhouses, a condominium block, and single detached dwellings. So specifically related to attainable, I would say that because of the range of use on the property, some of the units would be attainable. Like I mentioned, we're just working through the design of the first phase, which I believe will be the townhouses moving forward closer to Highway 26. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, yes, and too early probably to ask for price points.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have that information.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Vickers?
Yeah, through the worship, or your worship, I mean. When do you think a planning meeting would be held? Do you foresee a planning meeting being held in the next year? And you know, you can, I think you were here last year when you asked for your request, and I think you can appreciate the concern of the council, or myself anyway, I guess I better speak for myself, of this has been going on for 10 years, and you know, I know it wasn't the company that owns it now that started the process, but you know, they're the company that's kind of on the blocks here right now. And every year that I've been on council, an extension has came forward. And it's frustrating when there's a lack of housing available in the community, and having one that's been taken so long, has taken so long to come, you know, to anywhere close to getting a shovel in the ground. And I just wondered, what are the timelines? And if you're asking for an extension, what are the timelines in the next year? Where do you hope to be at this time next year in the process?
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. As I mentioned, we're going through the detailed design for phase 1. So that means we're getting ready to start construction. The plan is to hopefully have a shovel in the ground next year, doing the site servicing. And yeah, they're moving ahead fast. I mean, COVID did not help. And yes, this is a new developer that owns the property, so can't really blame the extensions on in the past on him. They're moving forward. They're excited about this project, and yeah, phase 1 is on his way.
Thank you. This is something on our agenda. Perhaps can we hold the questions until we get to the agenda?
Kristen, are you going to?
I think she was
Sorry,
going to stay.
Kristen, are you going to be staying around until this comes up? Oh, okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, let's hold the rest of the questions until then.
Do that. We shouldn't be talking to members of the public when you're actually debating the issue. So if you've got questions of the deputants, you need to ask
You
those
want them
now.
now? Thank you for that. So I'll go back to you, Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Kristen, can you give us an idea of how many units in phase 1?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's a good question. I believe, well, part of the phase 1, I think, has between 60 and 80 units. However, I know that there are some restrictions associated with servicing that will limit what we can put forth with our first phase of the phase 1, if that makes any sense. We've been directed by planning that the allocation being divvied up evenly amongst developers, and I think we're limited to 50 or 60 within the first phase that we'll be moving forward with. And Rob can probably update you on, one of the Robs can probably update you on that.
Councillor Greenfield?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Ms. Rennie. On our map, there are, I think, 5 different blocks within this property that are environmentally inclined. There are 2 streams on it, and a couple of stormwater management ponds. Are you going to try to keep the natural environment, especially with the creeks, or are you going to reconfigure them? Like the one at the back, it meanders considerably. Are you going to leave that basically natural? Is that the plan?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, if I can interrupt again before Ms. Rennie replies to that. This deputation and the item on the agenda are specifically about whether or not to extend the current approvals. They are not about the concepts of the detail of the application. Council will have the opportunity to deliberate over that when it comes forward with updates, so we shouldn't be asking questions about the actual development itself in that sort of level of detail. It needs to be about whether or not you should be extending the approval.
Thank you once again, Mr. Clerk. All right, we'll pause any further questions at this time, unless they are about the extension. Seeing none, thank you, Kristen.
Thank you.
Okay, we don't have any public questions that I'm aware of. Seeing none. So we'll move on to council inquiries. Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to our CAO. Rob, last February 1st, we received a report stating that the letter M is producing a draft version of the communication strategy with the draft final report to be presented to Council for consideration in March of 2021. So I'm just wondering if you can tell us if the communication strategy report will be coming to Council before the end of this year.
Good. Thank you for the question. Through your worship, the municipality staff, being our manager of strategic initiatives, received the draft report, final draft of the report on Friday, this past Friday. We're just going through it to make sure that some of the concerns that we had with the initial draft have been addressed. Concerns on not so much the content, but how it's laid out and how it could be used by the municipality going forward. Our intent is to bring it to council at either our meeting in, hopefully our meeting in December. That's what we're shooting for, but we have to go through it and make sure, and then also just review it with the management team as well, just to make sure they understand the recommendations before. And then also there's some committees that are council's has some advisory committees that would be interested into it. I know the ACTEV committee, there's elements of communications there that they're interested in. So our intent is to not so much bring the report, but just bring some of the content of the report to them before it comes to council for presentation.
Thank you. Anything further, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I do have an inquiry today. As council, we've heard some mention this week regarding the amount of time we spent discussing the Value Buds sign and our downtown heritage district during our last meeting. I want everyone to know that I do, and I know that we all do, recognize that there are many priorities facing this council. I've spoken to the challenges of businesses in securing the workforce they need to operate and grow. Another concern of major importance is our lack of affordable housing inventory. We won't solve our workforce issue without addressing our housing problem. My first question for staff is, can you help us outline the process where we can define the difference between social housing, affordable housing, and attainable housing? I realize social housing is the purview of the county. At that level, we have committed 1% of our budget above and beyond other funding to support this effort, and we were also successful in having council agree to set aside the county portion of our recent PILT settlement for the purpose of supporting a housing project in Meaford. And I'll just give the second component of my question while I'm speaking, and that is, what else are we doing or could we be doing as part of our upcoming official plan process that would potentially entice the county, as well as encourage or require the development community to construct the kind of affordable housing here that people working in service level jobs, for example, could afford to rent or potentially even purchase? Thank you.
Over to you, Rob.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you for the question. As I've indicated, as part of the official plan review and following out of our housing forum that we had some time ago, our intent is to address the housing and look at what policies and therefore following from that, what implementation elements can come forward following that process. We know, and I've always considered affordable housing to be social housing, which you are correct, it is the county responsibility, and we will continue to work with the county and push for another or additional housing supports in our community for the social side. With regard to attainable, that was the word that was used years ago to differentiate between the affordable or social housing and other forms of housing that could be put in place. That means different things to different people, and the new phrase that is being used within the housing world is housing for all. Really what it means is, as we go through this official plan process, we'll be looking at what policies and what provisions can be in place to ensure that there's the full gamut of housing for everyone, right from basement apartments to accessory units in accessory buildings to rental and affordable home ownership. As we look through the different processes, we'll look at what policies can be incentives and what policies can be a requirement as we go through that process. But it has to start with the official plan process, and that's our intent as part of that.
Thank you, Rob. Any further questions, inquiries from council? Okay, getting off easy today. Thank you for that. So we'll move on to point 8 on our agenda, motions and bylaws for decision, and 8.1 is our consent agenda. There's 6 items that we have heard before at a committee of the whole, and these items can be consigned to approval with under one mover and seconder. We have, as I've said, 6 items. The first one being CAO 2021-19, Alex's Gas Bar land acquisition request, and the recommendation reads that council decline the offer from Alex's Gas Bar to purchase a municipal property between the gas station and the Big Head River. And 2, direct staff to negotiate a lease with Alex's Gas Bar to utilize the municipal property for storage of U-Hauls, subject to provisions being in place to address the upkeep of the property. Second one is COR 2021-51 is a infrastructure renewal fee, a policy and communication plan. And the recommendation reads that Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve in principle the introduction of an infrastructure renewal fee for unconnected lots fronting municipal water and wastewater systems. 2, direct staff to move forward with public consultation based on the infrastructure renewal fee communications plan. And 3, direct staff to bring an updated report and policy forward for council's consideration following public consultation. C, the third one is COR 2021-52 is a Connecting Links program application. And the recommendation reads that council approve the submission of the 2022-23 MTO Connecting Links program application for the Sykes Street North Structure 37 rehabilitation project. The fourth one is a bylaw to establish a well-being advisory committee. The recommendation reads that be it resolved that bylaw 2021-81 is a bylaw to establish a well-being advisory committee, and that be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. The fifth one is to appoint council members to committees, boards, and other bodies. And the recommendation reads, be it resolved that bylaw 2021-82, being a bylaw to appoint council members to committees, boards, and other bodies for the term ending November 14th, 2022, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. And the last one is a bylaw again regarding a lease agreement with SCP Properties, Inc. And the recommendation reads, be it resolved that bylaw 2021-83, being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a lease agreement with SCP Properties, Inc. for a portion of the building located at 278 Cook Street, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Are there any of those items that anyone on council wishes to pull? Councillor Bell.
Madam Mayor, I would like to pull item B on the infrastructure renewal fee and policy.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else? All right, then may I have a mover, please, for A, C, D, E, and F. Councillor Kentner, Councillor Bartley, thank you. All in favor of these motions? And that is carried. Thank you. We'll move back now to COR 2021-51, the infrastructure renewal fee. Councillor Bell, you asked to have that pulled. Will you move that forward? And is there a seconder for that? Councillor Vickers, thank you. All right, over to you, Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And the last time that this subject came up, Madam Mayor and fellow councillors, I spoke on folks that have a well and have a septic system, and I've been still thinking about that particular aspect of this item on our agenda. And I'm going to mention, and I know everyone on council can remember, a comment that was made from our previous treasurer. He said, and I listened to him carefully, he said that if there's anything that ever comes before council that we are not happy to move forward with, that we should speak up and say so. And he also said that that in fact would be saving some staff time investigating into something if we don't have an appetite to move forward on an item. On this particular item, I'm going to suggest today that folks who have invested personally with their own infrastructure of their own wells and their own septic systems need not be sent an invoice from the municipality of Meaford for having water that at this point is out front of their property, or both water and a septic which is out front of their property. Many things could have transpired to a property owner over the course of time. Possibly when they drilled their well and put in their septic system, there was no water or anything out front. So they invested personally in having that for their own dwelling. In my family, I had a sister whose well, a dug well, 100 and some odd feet, collapsed. That is an example of what could happen to someone with a well and a septic system. And if you were on a property and you had a well and septic system, something happened really bad like that with a well, that it collapsed, and then there was municipal water out front, the most logical and probably the best economical thing to do would be to hook up to that water and do the hookup fees and have the meter and all of that, because something has happened to your private system. So what I said about having an appetite to move forward and having staff investigate something and spending more time to come back with a report, fellow councillors, I would like to suggest that folks who have a well and a septic system currently, even if the infrastructure from the municipality of Meaford flows by at this point in front of their property, they need not be included in the report that staff will work on to bring forward to us. As far as the main principle of this, I am in agreement of it.
I think, Councillor Bell, that would require an amendment. Are you going to
I would like to do
the
that
amendment?
then. I would like to do that, Madam Mayor.
All right. Do you have the wording ready?
I didn't write anything down, Madam Mayor, but quite possibly someone on senior staff may be able to formulate the proper words of terminology, which I would be happy to support.
All right. Over to you, Rob.
Just, Your Worship, looking at the existing resolution in front of council, what I would believe is that Councillor Bell is asking that it would only apply to vacant lots, and it wouldn't apply to existing lots. Because if there's an existing lot not connected, it will be on septic, it will be on well. So I think to simplify things, the amendment would be that it would be approve in principle the introduction of an infrastructure renewal fee for unconnected vacant lots fronting municipal water and municipal wastewater system.
That makes sense, Rob. Thank you for that.
That would work very well, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you. Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I guess to Rob. The last time we discussed this, it was brought up that a house with septic and well would not be included. I think that was spoke of the last meeting, was it not?
Your Worship, no. I think that our intent was that it would be subject to the fees, and just to realizing that an individual has those services and doesn't currently need the services, but if you look at the other side, my comment would be is that the existing users are continually to pay to maintain that water and that septic, and at some time, if that their septic was to fail, they would want to connect. And the existing users, just like they're maintaining it for a vacant lot, they're also paying to maintain it for the for existing well and septic that have the future benefit of connecting. So we have never discussed removing the existing homes that aren't connected.
Before we just have any further discussion, I need a seconder for this amendment, please. Councillor Bartley, thank you. Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Your Worship. If I may, through you to Mr. Armstrong. Have we any data that suggests how much having water and sewer piping in front of your, in front of a lot, whether it's, whether there's a house on it or just a vacant lot, have we any data to suggest how much that potential service appreciates the value of your property?
Your Worship, no, we don't have that data on the financial impacts of property values related to the service at the front end.
Would it be reasonable to assume that it is of considerable value to that piece of property, though?
Your Worship, it's always been our assumption that it would increase the value. To what, how much? We don't have that data on how much it would increase, but yes.
Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Rob. Can you just give us an idea of how many households we might be talking about when there can't be that many where there is water and sewer in front of a already serviced lot with a well and septic?
Through Your Worship, I don't have those exact numbers. As indicated, this is the proven principle. Following that, we will finalize that and sending out letters out to all of the applicable properties. Just thinking, we know that on Ridge Road, there's a number of homes that front a sanitary sewer system but aren't connected because they have septics. We also know that down Union Street, there's some homes that do front the sanitary system that aren't connected. I think most homes are already connected to the water system, so I think what we're talking about here is a few homes that aren't connected to the sanitary system where it runs by. And it's interesting, in certain situations when septic fails, most people eventually do connect because the cost of the septic system and the amount of property, usable property it takes up for that septic system, they quickly realize the benefit of connecting to the municipal sewer system.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I think my understanding of this report, as we discussed it at our last meeting, was that there is a cost to that service going along in front of those lots, and it's that cost that faces us as a municipality that we're attempting to achieve some support with. And I guess I look at it from the perspective of, we know our costs are rising 8% every year for water and wastewater, and that this is an opportunity to, it's not going to, reduce that by a huge amount, but by 3% or so roughly according to the report. So any reduction in that increase for the overall number of residents that we have, I think makes this worthwhile looking into.
Councillor Kentner back again.
Just through your to Rob, and what about the idea of just setting a time limit? In other words, have the document say that after say 8 years, everyone must be connected, something of that, so that there is no real penalty to those people, but they also have a sunset on. It's a thought anyway.
Through your worship, it's interesting that that option is available when councils extend services. So back in the day, I look at the Ridge Road, when the sanitary sewer was extended down Ridge Road, the municipality entered into a best efforts that we would endeavor to collect funds to go back to the original person who installed the sanitary sewer. And those best efforts are, we will continue to encourage people but not really require. There are other options at that point in time where council can say within a certain time frame, you must connect. And those typically happen when the services are extended at that point in time, but that was never a requirement back in the day. Can't speak why they weren't, but we can look at that as through the policy. Again, this is a proven principle. Those changes can always come back prior to finalization that we can maybe look at a number of years to do that. But I think requiring people to connect is a little more than just paying the infrastructure fee. Now you're requiring them to also endeavor to, or incur those costs of the physical connection and also the user
That wasn't my thought.
user fees. So.
Sorry. So my idea was to exempt those people for a period of time, but a limited period.
Yeah. So through your worship, that's one of the things when this comes back for final approval, after the public consultation side, it's one thing that council could consider.
Thank you for that. And Councillor Vickers?
Yeah, through your worship, I guess I'm feeling a little confused here about what the policy is saying and what Councillor Bell is asking for. So what the policy is saying is that even if you have your water and sewer of your own, you will pay the fee just like a vacant lot. That's what the policy is saying. Councillor Bell, what you're asking that fee is waived then? Am I correct with what your intention is?
I'm going to move over to our CAO first for that.
So right now, the draft policy states that it would be applicable to vacant lots as well as a existing development, so a home or a commercial use that has a well or has a septic and doesn't need that services because they have their own individual services. So what Councillor Bell is saying is it would only apply to the vacant lots where there's no development at this point. So there is no well or a septic.
Okay. Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, as an owner of septic and water, I agree with Councillor Bell. Somebody's invested $20, $30, $40, $50,000 in their own system, shouldn't be forced. I understand what you're saying, that it costs money to run the systems, but they shouldn't be forced onto the town water or sewer, throw that $20,000 to $50,000 in the garbage. That's something I would never support. Thank you.
Councillor Vickers?
But if I understand it right, we aren't saying they have to join. They just have to pay that maintenance fee to have the pipe potentially to be able to join, are we not?
That is correct, but a councillor brought it up that after 8 years you'd be forced onto it, and that might go into the documentation. And that's something that I will never support in the future.
But it's not in this documentation.
That is correct.
Okay. Is there anything further on the amendment? The amendment is to add the word vacant, approve in principle the introduction of an infrastructure renewal fee for unconnected vacant lots fronting municipal water and wastewater systems. That's the amendment that is on the table at this point. Is there any further discussion on this? Then I'll call the question. All in favor of this moving forward, this amendment? 1, 2, 3, and those against? 2, 3, 4, that is lost. So I will call the question, if we're ready then, on the motion as it's stated, the recommendation. Any further discussion on that? I'll call the question. All in favor of this moving forward? 2, 3, 4, 5, and those against? It's 2. Thank you. And that is carried. Okay. 8.2 is items for consideration. The first one is COM 2021-23 is an addendum, and the corresponding bylaw 2021-84 to appoint members to the Wellbeing Advisory Committee. I have a mover and a seconder, please, to put that on the table. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Vickers. Any comments, questions for staff? We're good? Councillor Bell.
Thanks again, Madam Mayor. It's nice to read in the report that the invitation was extended to those members who served on the Police Advisory Committee. And you can read in the report that there was one person who didn't feel that they wished to, move into the new group. I think it's also nice to note that there were many who served on the Police Advisory Committee who did decide that they would carry on, give some render of service. So I think that that's quite nice. And also I read where we can do this, and after the next election, and we do, appointing of folks into the future, we can look at a full complement after the next election. So I can fully support this, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Anything further? Then I'll call the question. All in favor of the recommendation as presented? And that is carried. The next one is a bylaw 2021-85 to authorize the acquisition of lands, Part Lot 22 in Concession 9. The recommendation reads, be it resolved by this bylaw 2021-85 to authorize the purchase of Part Lot 22, Concession 9 in the former St. Vincent Township, and that be taken as read the first, second, and third time and finally passed. I have a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Bartley, Councillor Greenfield. Again, comments, questions for Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. And just for clarification, I wanted to share that in the past, and this particular lot has been before council a few times now, that I have needed to declare conflict of interest. And the reason for that being that my late husband was a real estate agent involved in the sale of this particular piece. And in consulting with the Integrity Commissioner, his recommendation was that I should declare on anything that Dale was involved in for a period of 1 year after his passing, which has now expired. So I am able to vote on this matter today.
Thank you for that. Any further comments or questions? Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And just an update, maybe. The road that this lady is building on the road, municipal-owned road, I was up there and they've got it dug pretty deep. Is that a municipal requirement to dig it as deep as she's digging, or what is the status of that road right now?
Over to you, Jessica.
Through you, Madam Chair, they are following all municipal standards. So we have shared with them all of the standards that we would for our own construction purposes, and have been working with them on the design. So everything that's happening is as per our regulations and standards.
Okay, like right off the bat, the first 100 feet, they went down a long ways. Was there bog in there, or what was the reason for that?
Through you, Madam Chair, there is a lot of water in that area in general. So they are definitely taking some precautions to make sure that everything is okay.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor of this recommendation, and that is carried. COR 2021-54 is as a request for a pre-budget approval. The recommendation reads that the council provide a pre-budget approval for the purchase of a fire rescue vehicle in the amount of $190,000. And 2, approve the single source award for the purchase of a new fire rescue vehicle to Dependable Truck and Tank Limited for $180,263.25, including the municipality's non-refundable allocation of HST. A mover and a seconder, please, to put that on the table. Council Bell. Deputy Mayor, thank you. Questions or comments for staff? Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I see that the chief has joined us here this afternoon. And like all of you, I've read through the report for this afternoon, but I would really like to hear the voice of the chief talking about a piece of kit that we bought with the previous chief being a former ambulance, and what was tried to be accomplished with that piece of kit, how it got modified, how it doesn't work, and most importantly, Chief, now that you're at the microphone, to really impress upon us here this afternoon the true value of this particular item which is before us for consideration, and how well it will serve our municipality. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Just to kind of make you understand, 319 was an ambulance that was purchased approximately 5 years ago to act as a rescue. At that time, that chief had realized that we did need a rescue. We have a large municipality to cover, and we do respond to a large number of incidences. That vehicle was meant to transport persons, as a patient, an individual in the back of the truck to go to the hospital. Unfortunately, we've built up quite a collection of equipment, everything from an emergency rescue boat, which we got this year through a grant. We have heavy rescue equipment, we have rope rescue, we have confined space rescue that we have to use for our water department. All that equipment needs to be carried by a rig. Unfortunately, it doesn't fit onto 319 or the old ambulance. The challenge also is the previous chief also purchased a new ATV last year or a year before, which has been very, very useful on a number of emergencies in the last year and a half. Unfortunately, it can't be towed by the ambulance. It doesn't have the capability to do so. So one of the challenges is we have to tow it with a tanker that is able to carry that particular trailer. The challenge with that is we're really, really good at urban firefighting. We are challenged with rural firefighting. We only have 2 tankers. We need to be able to get them out the door quickly. And as you know, we've been working very closely with ITFD to be able to support them and have them support us. So to be able to get our tankers out the door, to be able to support the other side of Meaford to help ITFD, and for our tankers to get out the door early so that we can get attacking the fire on our side of Meaford until ITFD shows up. We can't do that with the ATV trailer attached to it. We lose time. The other challenge is right now the tanker that tows that trailer is the only vehicle that can do so. So for example, 2 weeks ago, that particular truck was off in Owen Sound being repaired for the day. It also meant that our rescue trailer was not available to the municipality because I wouldn't have been able to tow it, I wouldn't have been able to get it to the call. Having 2 vehicles that are able to tow that allows one of those vehicles to be out of service and for me able to still provide that service. One of the other challenges we have, we don't have a vehicle that allows us to go to watering holes in the rural environment where we can set up pumps. Something that ITFD does very, very well. I'm trying to mirror that type of capability so that we're able to provide better firefighting services to our rural properties. This tool allows us to do that. We did look at a more complex rescue, something that would be what you refer to as a walk-in. They're $350,000 to $400,000. We are not that big of a municipality, and we don't have a requirement for that for at least another 2 decades, I hope. So it was trying to find the right tool that would allow us to do multiple tasks. We are too small of a department to have a single truck that does a single task. It must do multiple things. This truck would allow us to do rural water rescue, would allow us to do rope rescue, water rescue, trail rescue, become a watering hole truck for our rural operations, and allow us to respond in a single vehicle to wildland fires as well. So it just allows us to be able to hit a whole number of different rescues with the vehicle. Actually being able to use it for what it was meant for, to be a rescue, not an ambulance.
Thank you for that, Chief. I forgot to remind you, if you wish to take your mask off, you would be welcome to. Thank you. Councillor Bartley and then Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and to the Chief. I fully understand your request, and I agree with your request, and I can support the request. My question is, does this do anything to slow down in 2024 budget? We're looking to spend $1 million, I think, on a new ladder truck or an aerial truck. Does this slow that down in any way, or what is the outcome of that?
Do you want to answer that?
I sure can. So no, I think is the answer, and there's 2 reasons for that. One is that Council's already allocated a significant amount of money from the PILT settlement to the Fire Vehicle Fund, because we recognise that fire is one of those services that we supply to the base and an aerial is required there. So that sort of takes care of the what in effect will be the missing 100,000 from this year, which we would normally be allocating to reserves. The second is that the Chief and I are currently working on a long-term capital plan, not just for the aerial, but for all of the fire vehicles. And I think that will give us a clearer picture on exactly what we need to purchase when. We've been very lucky that the aerial we purchased last year, second-hand, has been doing very, very well, and the Chief might want to speak to that a little bit more. So we may well not need to do it immediately in 2024. We might be able to do it in 2025 as well, but that will be part of the long-term capital plan, which I think will be before Council early in the new year.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship, and thank you, Chief Allen, for attending today. Just want to ask a couple of questions about the truck itself, just so I can get a little better visual of it. It's a Dodge 5500 with a special back. Now, this 5500, is it dual wheels on the back?
Correct, it's a dual wheels on the back, and it is a four-wheel drive.
It is four-wheel drive, okay, I was hoping it was.
Yeah.
No. Well, under the circumstances, and all of us have heard for the past several months about the scarcity of items, and it doesn't matter what it is, but certainly anything to do with the automotive industry, that's one place where it's a big problem. There's only one. It sounds like it is definitely needed and definitely going to be a big asset. I don't like single sourcing, but in this case, we need to go for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greenfield. Deputy Mayor, and then Councillor Vickers.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Chief Allen, for your explanation of the need for this vehicle. That's appreciated. So just a couple of quick questions for you. What might the value be of the current ambulance? And I'll give you my second question as well. Was there any potential to add this vehicle to our lease program?
So I'll answer the first one. After actually working with the municipality and going after the possibility of going through the lease program, because the ambulance doesn't have as much value as we thought it was going to. It's anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000. The lease costs initially were going to be fairly significant. So we did look at sourcing it through Enterprise, and they did a phenomenal job of coming back and giving us all the pricing. There is the possibility within the next 5 years that the truck could be replaced under the lease program, and that rescue box that we were purchasing on it get transferred onto the new lease vehicle, which would keep the lease costs down in the next 5 years, or it gives us the opportunity to keep the existing vehicle for the 12 to 13 years that we expect from a policy from the municipality on heavy trucks. So yeah, we definitely did look at the leasing as an option, but financially it wasn't the best approach. And my guess is the ambulance will catch us anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000 in the market.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Councillor Vickers.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question has to do with the single sourcing, and Mr. Greenfield, he talked a little bit about, and single sourcing and pre-budget approval. And do you foresee that this will continue to be a problem in the years to come, or do you think we're kind of in a small window of time that this is necessary? Because really, those are my two concerns about about this proposal.
I see in my crystal ball, I'm looking out that in the next 3 to 4 years, I think as we come out of COVID and the automotive industry recovers, that we won't have the same issues getting truck bodies as we do now. But I talked to a number of number of different sources for rescue trucks, trying to get a better understanding, and every single one of them is running into that same issue presently on the shortage of trucks on the market. Most of them are now coming back saying it's going to be at least 18 months before they can even start building a custom fire truck. I'm hoping, in my heart of hearts, as the supply chains come back, that won't be a problem moving forward. One of the ways we as a municipality are going to tackle it is we are going to be sitting down actually the end of this week to work on a capital plan on our existing trucks so that we can actually start doing pre-planning and have an understanding of what we're going to be purchasing so that we can start being more proactive so we're not in this type of situation.
Thank you.
And more importantly, council will have a better understanding of what we will be purchasing, so
Appreciate that.
there's no surprise.
No surprises. We don't like surprises. Anything further from council? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor of this recommendation coming forward? And that is carried. Thank you very much, Chief, for
Thank you very much.
participating.
I appreciate it.
And thanks for the very thorough report to staff for that. Okay, we've reached Committee of the Whole. Do we need a stretch, council, or we want to carry on? Good? We're good? Okay. Then I will ask for a mover and a seconder, please, to move into Committee of the Whole. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Bell, thank you. All in favor? It's carried. Okay, we move in at 2:07. The first off the bat is our community services. The COM 2021-24 is our council remuneration policy. And that reads, the Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford enact a bylaw to adopt a revised council remuneration policy. And before I turn this over to Matt to introduce the presentation, I just want to say what a very thorough report that was. Certainly covered all of the bases, and I really greatly appreciate the work that's gone into this. So over to you, Matt. I will understand that we have guests, the committee members, and a presentation to follow. So
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm delighted to be able to introduce two of the three members of the Council Remuneration Committee who've done such a fabulous job with this. Ted Mallet and Phil Cantar behind me, and they'll be taking you through the presentation. And then between they and myself, we'll be able to answer some questions afterwards. The chair of the committee, Miranda Lettinen, sends her apologies. She was hoping to be here today, but a personal situation meant she had to be elsewhere.
thank you, Matt, and welcome, gentlemen. Ted Mallet, are you coming forward?
Rob wants to say something.
Rob, sorry, Rob.
I don't know if I misheard, but I don't know if there was a mover or seconder.
You're quite right. There was not. Let's get right on that. Councillor Bell and Deputy Mayor, thank you very much. So, we're all legal to go now, and our first speaker is Mr. Kent.
I apologize for not being technically savvy.
Bill, if you feel comfortable, you may remove your mask at the microphone. And welcome.
As the slide says, the last review was undertaken by staff in 2019, and council adopted the current council remuneration policy based on 2017 remuneration data. And the Council Remuneration Committee was established in March 2021. And 3 citizens, as noted up there. Now, before I go on, I just want to say that the report that you received was written by Miranda. She took charge of this committee and did an exceptional job. Ted and I will attest to that. And we really appreciate what she did. It's unfortunate that she isn't here today to make the presentation to you. Okay, second slide. So the committee process was we identified the comparative group to be used. We created interview questions, and we conducted interviews with each one of you. We undertook extensive data collection from sources including the Ontario Government Financial Information Returns, Statistic Canada. We reviewed available literature, and we performed detailed data analysis to assess the current relative status of the municipality of Meaford. This is not a slide, but we followed this. In achieving our mandate, guiding principles were established. Members of the committee were committed to ensure that the compensation provided is fair and reasonable and will attract a diverse and representative pool of candidates from the municipality of Meaford residents wishing to seek election to council and seen as fair by taxpayers. Recognize the work of the mayor and council is demanding and very important, and as such, they should be appropriately compensated. Recognize the complexity, the responsibilities, time committed, and accountability associated with the role and mayor and council. In closing, align the 50th percentile similar to the municipal employees of the comparative group. Apply an appropriate ratio between the roles of the councilors and that of the mayor and deputy mayor, and demonstrate fiscal responsibility. Now, the next slide, Matt. You're very familiar with the comparators that are up there. Unfortunately, I was on the Finance and Administration Committee 15 years ago, and I noticed that all the comparables were the same. So we've added some new ones there. Senator Wellington, Town of Essex, Town of Gravenhurst, Municipality of Lambton Shores. And I'll say something about one of those comparables when I do the next slide. So the next slide. Conclusion from interviews with members of council. Complexity of each role of council has grown significantly. Time commitment has increased significantly. All council members felt the compensation for deputy mayor and mayor was low and not representative of the work performed. And when asked about comparative municipalities, council members felt Meaford had a unique mix. As you've noticed, we've put some other municipalities in there. And I want to draw your attention to the municipality of Lambton Shores, which includes the town of Forest and Grand Bend. Also, it has a very large provincial park in it. We have Memorial Park here. Also near that municipality, there's the Huron County Playhouse. And also they have the Dark Horse Estate Winery there, a very huge winery. And also, instead of apples, they have an intensive vegetable gardens in the marshes. And also, there's a big wooded area there, like there is in this area too. So, the reason why I bring this up is that when we talked about the town of Gravenhurst, I supervised that area in my past, and all I saw up there was rocks and $1 million cottages on them. And I thought that this area was more representative towards Meaford than that area, and gave it a better comparative. So I just add that in there. So now I'll ask Ted to go through some very fine work he did.
Welcome, Ted.
Thank you, Phil. And I'd like to start out by saying thank you to your worship and council for allowing me to sit on the committee with Miranda and Phil. Miranda's work has been exemplary on this item. I also really appreciate the chance to meet with 5 of the 7 of you over the summer. I certainly appreciate getting to know you a little better, and the context. As a relative newcomer to Meaford, I can probably count on 2 hands the number of years I've been living here, but I'm hoping to be here much longer. So thank you on that. To supplement the qualitative information that we got from these meetings we had with you, we were looking for some quantitative information that would help us get a good sense of where Meaford, the municipality, lay with respect to the comparators. And were there signs of exceptionalism, or we know Meaford is an exceptional community, but are there outlying conditions that would require perhaps differences in compensation that we were? So luckily, when you're doing data analysis, you want to find consistent sources of information. If you find it from various sources and try to sew them together, it doesn't necessarily work that well. We're fortunate that the Government of Ontario's financial information returns do offer that consistent set of data. It's a wide-ranging data as well, so that we're not just looking at a certain dimension of information, whether it's certain aspects of financing or taxation, but it also had to deal with many other aspects of compensation, capital, and so on. So really, to start out with, we looked at a wide range, and you can see 6 of them here. Total weighted assessment per household. Meaford ranked about the middle, 9th of 20, but the difference assessment was around 7% lower than the weighted assessments, the median weighted assessments of the other communities. Average taxes per household were 22% above the median, and that put Meaford 15 of 20 in the list. Now, we also looked at how taxation behaved over the past 10 years. Much of the increase was related to early on in the decade, prior to 2014, I believe, where there were a schedule of pretty substantial tax increases. After that point, looking at the average taxes per household, I believe in the last 5 years or maybe more, maybe the last 7 years of history, the 5 years, if we go back to 2019, the average increases was around 2% per year per household, so well within the bounds of inflation and so on. So it wasn't a recent phenomenon in terms of that data. Municipal compensation costs, that is staffing costs for the municipality, were about 11% above the median, so Meaford was around 13 of 20. Tangible capital assets managed per household was about almost a quarter below the median, 8 of 20. Again, fairly in the middle. Many of these indicators do vary considerably. They would vary considerably by year as well, so you have to take that into account when looking at it, especially when you see something like value of construction activity per household, and that number, the latest data was 78% above the median. So again, it put Meaford at 15 of 20 municipalities, but that number would change considerably, say for 2020 and maybe 2021, et cetera. And then finally, we looked at, outside of the financial information returns, looked at average family income for 2019. I was fortunate enough to be able to make use of Statistics Canada data that's not published, but acquired by my current employer. So we were able to collect that information as well. Average family income is about 3.9% above the median, putting Meaford 11 of 19. We didn't have all the data for all the comparator municipalities, but it was for the vast majority of them as well. There's supplementary data. You could find all kinds of other dimensions to look at. Would we necessarily find Meaford at the extreme high end or the low end? It's probably pretty unlikely, and these indicators here suggest that Meaford is on average, pretty squarely in the middle of the statistics we found. So if we move to the next slide and compare salaries, the mayor's salary for 2019 was just over $32,000, whereas in the other 17 municipalities that we could compare with, it was around 43. So the gap is about close to 25%, so just over 25%. For the deputy, the salary was $26,000, about almost 11% below the median for the other municipalities. And for councillors, it's roughly on par, maybe slightly above, $23,800 compared to a median of $22,373. You start including other municipalities, you'll get small changes in the medians. The one advantage of using the median calculation or the 50th percentile calculation is that it is not that sensitive to outliers, whereas if you include a town at one extreme or the other, then that would change the average calculation a lot, but it would not necessarily change the median a lot. And that's why we selected that. And in fact, it was in the terms of reference for the committee to look at. So with that, we'll go back to Phil and he can complete the analysis. Thank you.
Okay, the committee's recommendation. The committee recommends establishing firm ratios. So council is 100% base rate. Deputy mayor would be 125% above that, and the mayor's would be 185% above the councillor's salary. The committee recommend adjusting salaries of the mayor and deputy mayor. Councillors would stay at base salary at $25,000, deputy mayor of $30,700, which is 125% of the councillor, and the mayor $45,400 at 185% of councillor. The proposed policy would have a result in an increase to the tax support operating budget of approximately $16,000. So the mayor's salary would increase $12,260 and the deputy mayor's $3,740. That's the committee's recommendation. And I just want to say one note that we enjoyed doing this, all three of us. We had a lot of fun. And if there's any questions, we'll try to answer them.
Thank you, Phil. That certainly was a very, very comprehensive report. And we do have questions, I'm sure. Councillor Bartley and then Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and to you too, and Miranda, if she's listening. I watched several of the meetings you had on virtual meetings, and you did put your nose to the grindstone. You did a fantastic job. You dug deep, and yes, Miranda did take charge, but she seemed to know what she was talking about. Now, a question on councillors' salaries. Was per diems and everything taken into account for other municipalities' councillors' pay? Because some of them pay a lot less and then they get paid each meeting. And was that part of the total, do you know, Ted, or I think that was your forte?
I might leap in on this one. Yes, it was. Okay. So it was one of our junior staff who did the research for this, and what we do is we take that report that comes to council each year for council's total remuneration to get that final figure. So those have to include the per diems and the expenses as well as the salary.
Is there a chance I could get that report to go over? Is that a possibility?
I'm sure we can get that data to you, yeah.
Thank you. And a question, one more if I may, or do you want me to come back? Ted, this is probably to you because you seem to be the figures guy on this. And on page 95, it says that the Meaford's taxation is a little high, the average taxes per household. And you got that from the FIR. I go into the FIR quite a bit, and I spent a lot of time in there, and I couldn't get that information out. Is there a chance you could give me an educational course on that? Because going with the, I always go to the BMA report study, which contradicts that. You've got our taxes higher than Owen Sound's per household, and BMA is totally different. There's several differences, so is there a chance you could give me an educational course on how to dig it out of the FIRs?
Well, there's, yes, the FIR data is somewhat limited in its range. Yep. The definition that we use for this particular report, and I'm sorry I didn't mention it in the lead up, was basically total taxation revenues for the municipality divided by number of households listed. So it is not a residential tax rate or level per residential tax, but it is an encompassing residential, institutional, and commercial taxation divided by number of households.
Okay, so I understand that. Just if anybody was watching and it comes up, and because I know I'm going to get a phone call or two, because I've been fighting that dilemma, that idealism that we're the highest taxes in Ontario, where on the BMA report were on the low side. So I understand it now, and I have another foot to stand on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and like every one of us on council, I know that we extend our true thanks for this working group. They knocked themselves out, and we really appreciated the time that you spent. You gave us more than a listening ear on subject matter, and deeply appreciated it. I think that overall, one of the things that has changed in our dynamics of our modern society has been well documented inside the findings of this group, that the demands are only going to increase in our society as we move forward. We're no longer, if I can reflect back to the days of some of my neighbors who used to sit on the Sydenham Council, they were, generally they were farmers, and they went out once in a while and they approved loads of gravel and maybe a new grader from time to time. And we have moved on so far from those more simplistic times of serving on council, and the demands that this report says about each one of us on this sitting council believes that our mayor and our deputy mayor are most definitely underpaid. I want to say that clearly. I truly believe that the effort that's required in performing the chief job, Madam Mayor, being the head of this council or head of any council, out in front of the public more often, always at engagements more often, the demands that are placed upon yourself. And I know that each one of us sitting here have a heart that says, we want to serve our community, and we're not in it for the money. And we need to say that out loud. We're not. This is not one of those situations where you want to get into this thing and you think, well, you're going to make easy money. I'm going to tell you, it's the hardest money that I make. I could make a lot better money doing a lot of other things than serving like this. But it's the heart that we have, and all council members everywhere, that says, I want to serve my community. And this group that looked into the where we sit and how we feel in the modern day in which we live, I fully support the findings of this group. I really believe that our mayor and our deputy mayor have been very much underpaid, and I fully want to support the recommendations of this working group. And as I went through my own meeting, I specifically said that I felt that as a council member, I believe that I was adequately compensated. But I really appreciate your time. You really did a great job. You pulled it together really well. And like I say in your report, it does mention about how the time aspects of sitting on council is far more than a lot of people think, and it's only going to increase more in the future. So thank you very much, and fellow councillors, I hope that I've said your feelings from your heart too. And anyway, thank you, Madam Mayor, for the opportunity to speak.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and Councillor Bell. I certainly support your comments and just wanted to extend my gratitude as well to the committee, Miranda, Ted, and Phil, for the incredible efforts that you put into this report. You really did go above and beyond, and you dug deep, and we appreciate the depth of information that you have provided here to us today. And I did also really enjoy and appreciate the personal interviews, the questions that you composed for us, were somewhat challenging and caused us to really be engaged and to think long and hard about what we're doing here. But certainly, as Councillor Bell says, and I speak for myself and I think everyone in adding that, we love our community, and that's why we're here. And as far as the money goes, certainly don't do it for that. I always said when I had my business that it cost me money to do this job for the time away from my restaurants. So we're here because we want to be part of the decision making, to see our community grow, and to be part of that process. So again, just thank you for all of your efforts in this. It is greatly appreciated, and I certainly support and agree with your recommendations as far as the mayor goes. That role has become a full-time job, and certainly deserves the increase that you're suggesting. Thank you.
For Deputy Mayor, Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you again, Your Worship, and thanks, Phil, and thanks to the members of the committee. This is a very thorough report representing a very complete amount of research and study. I was really blown away by the numbers you have in here, the graphs. I don't know what more you folks possibly could have done to prepare this report and your final enumeration suggestions. I think this is very important for going forward in the future, because as this municipality grows, and we know it's going to, we have a whole list of future new developments, residential developments that are going to come upon us, and hopefully those residential lead to at least further commercial developments too. But there's going to be so many responsibilities representing different demographics in our municipality, different financial backgrounds, the needs of the people who are going to come here, and the needs of the infrastructure that's going to be necessary to support them. Our mayor and deputy mayor already have a huge responsibility. It's 24/7, and it's not going to get any better, I'm afraid. But the duties or responsibilities, the time commitment it's only going to get greater. And I think to have these numbers established as remuneration now is very, very important to going forward in the future. Back in 1998, if I remember correctly, a councillor's pay in St. Vincent Township was just over $6,000. Things have changed. They've had to change. And again, thanks for your hard work, and I appreciate it so much, and I totally endorse what you've presented to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greenfield. May I just add my thanks to all of the committee, and I hope you will share this with Chair Miranda, who can't be with us today. It's a little awkward position to be in personally, except that to me the work that has been done here speaks to the engagement of 3 independent members of our community who took it upon themselves through this committee to determine the value of the work of the council. I think this speaks volumes. The depth of research that has gone into this is really impressive. And I really can't certainly have anything to say against the work that you've done in terms of, from my own personal perspective. It was a pleasure talking with you. Ted and Miranda both were the people that I was interviewed by. And the questions were challenging, and it certainly made me think. And I think one of the questions was, do you think you're paid enough? Well, none of us come into this position, as has been said, with the sight of remuneration in mind. But what this has done is it has presented an opportunity for younger individuals to come on board. Many of us are retired or nearing that state, and so having an appropriate level of remuneration for council members, I think, will speak well for the future. I just want to comment that this is also, I think, a reflection of the staff that we work with in terms of building a team that serves our community well. And I've always said that one of our greatest assets we have is our staff complement. And for all of us as councillors to be working with this team of professionals is really an honor indeed, and an appropriate remuneration for the not only the relationships but the work that that goes on in the municipality, as has been very clearly and aptly stated, has changed greatly from the times when I first came on council to the day now. It is going to get more in depth. It's going to get more inclusive, and it is going to provide results in a growing community that our community wants and desires. So this goes a long way in creating a statement, I think, to our community of the value of the people, not only that they've elected, but the people that we have as a team member moving this community forward. So thank you all very much for your comments and for your hard work. I appreciate this. If there's no further comments from council, I will call the question. All in favor of this report being accepted? And that is carried. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Okay, moving on to COM 2021-25 is our paid parking pilot. And the recommendation is a little lengthy, but it reads, the Committee of the Whole recommend council approve the permanent continuation of the paid parking program at Memorial Park. Number 2, direct staff to expand the program to include David Johnson Park and Meaford Harbour. 3, direct staff to bring forward an updated parking bylaw to enact the expanded parking program, to include provisions to allow for parking fee exemptions for certain events at Meaford Harbour, and C, expand the residential parking permit system to associated neighborhoods, and 4, direct staff to include revenue and costs associated with the expanded program in the 2022 tax-supported operating budget. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please, to put that on the table? Councillor Greenfield, Councillor Vickers, thank you. And I'll open the floor for comments, questions. Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I do have a couple of questions. There's a statement at the bottom of page 13 in the report that I'd just like to have explained a little more fully. It says paid parking programs can provide a mechanism to moderate the numbers at each park and create a revenue stream that can partially fund enforcement. So what I take from that is that fewer people come to the parks as a result of paid parking, and enforcement costs are more than the proceeds. Am I reading that correctly?
Question to you, Matt.
Yeah, I'll take this one. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes and no, Councillor Kettner. One of the reasons that Council decided to put the parking programme in place at Memorial Park earlier this year was to try and manage the number of vehicles that were attending that park, because we had complaints in 2020 about the number of visitors and the difficulty of residents accessing the beachfront at Memorial Park. So yes, it is fairly basic economic theory of supply and demand that says once you start charging for something, the demand will decrease. So absolutely increasing adding a cost for parking will dissuade some people from parking in that location. But that is often the point of doing it. In terms of the revenue stream, I think if you go through all of the report, you'll see in the financial impact section that it very clearly lays out the financial impact for 3 different options of your decision making today. For 2 of those options, the revenue or lack of revenue would not cover enforcement costs. For 1 of those options, it would cover enforcement costs. So I think it's fair to say that can partially fund is true, because for the current situation with Memorial Park only, yes, it partially funds enforcement costs.
Could I have a supplementary?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Matt, if we were to accept the staff recommendation and consider that last year gave us all the information and experience we need for a pilot project, and we extend paid parking to David Johnson Park and the harbour, what amount do you estimate would be available to prop up the 2022 tax-supported operating budget?
I'm just looking for the right section of the report. At the top of page 13, so the same page that you were referencing before, Councillor Kentner, it says, should the programme be expanded to other urban waterfront parks, including Meaford Harbour, staff estimate that the revenue will be $60,000 for the full season. Costs of approximately $6,000 will be incurred in 2022 for the purchase and installation of signage and other sundry items. That, of course, will be one-time costs. The remaining $54,000 in revenue would cover the salary costs of 2 seasonal enforcement officers and 2 seasonal washroom cleaners, resulting in no impact to the tax-supported operating budget. However, what that says is that the revenue would be used to pay for the programme. There would not be revenue that was subsidising the tax base. And I don't think at any stage during this process over the last 12 months, staff have made the case that we would make revenue from this. You have to pay for the programme. It's about sort of moderating the usage and the benefits that that can bring. Because when we talk about enforcement costs and when we talk about washroom cleaning costs, those are related to the parking programme, but they're not exclusively related to the parking programme. In 2020 and 2021, the municipality made a decision to increase washroom cleaning levels of service due to the COVID pandemic. Though in those 2 years, the costs for that were paid from the COVID account because that was money funded to us through the provincial government. We are assuming that the provincial government will not provide those funds on an ongoing basis, and so if the municipality wishes to maintain that washroom cleaning standard, the taxpayer will have to fund that. Having an expanded paid parking programme means that the taxpayer won't have to fund that because the revenues from the parking programme will cover those costs. So whilst we're saying that there is no profit, that's because it will cover the cost of maintaining services that this council has approved that we won't have revenue for from other sources in 2022. Now, council could decide quite happily, and will have the opportunity to in budget, because both of these things will come forward as enhancement reports, because they are not directly tied to paid parking, that you don't wish to have enhanced washroom cleaning anymore. And we can go back to cleaning our washrooms in parks and public spaces once a day. That's entirely possible. Personally, I don't think the public's going to love that idea because I think we've set a new standard, and this is an example of what we talk about frequently. Once we set standards, it's really hard to roll them back.
Thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have 4 questions, so I don't know, perhaps you'd like me to do 2 and then come back to me?
If there's other questions, just let's start with 2.
Okay, thank you. First of all, in relation to paid parking at the harbor, and we talk about the exemption for events. So I made myself a list of events that happen at the harbor, and I'm just wondering how we sort of define an event and what the process might be, say, for example, for the Golden Town Cruisers, if they're going to have an event and people are coming from out of town, could they apply for an exemption for that particular event, or how might that work? And the second part of that question is in terms of the businesses that operate at the harbor, like the fishing charter and the new kayak rental business. I'm worried about the paid parking having an impact on those 2 businesses and how we might get around that.
So, through you, Madam Mayor, I don't have an answer to those questions because, to be perfectly honest, we haven't considered what that exemptions would look like until we find out whether council has any interest in expanding payment to Meaford Harbour, because there's not a lot of point us going through the process of writing an effective bylaw and policy if council feels like they don't want to have the paid parking programme at all in the future. As for businesses, my feeling would be that if you start exempting businesses who are there as well as community events, then you're starting to take away a lot of the potential revenue. But again, that can be council's decision should you want to move this forward.
Councillor Vickers.
Through your worship, a question to Matt, if I could. The service fee to have the honk app used, is that a reasonable amount of money? It seems like they're taking close to 25%, probably 20, I guess, might be a better number, 20% of the revenue.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's a very good question. The way that the honk programme works is that there is a monthly fee for in effect the cloud service of having the app available, and then there is a commission for each ticket that's sold. So when we first produced these numbers a couple of weeks ago, before the season had ended, it looked like a much lower proportion of the revenues had gone to Honk. But by the time we went to the end of the season, because we still had to pay that monthly fee, when in October we actually had fairly limited revenue, it meant the proportion of fees went up as opposed to the revenues. I think there's a couple of different things that we should be aware of related to that. One is that if we have more locations, we believe that the fees we'd be charged would reduce as a proportion, because it's of more benefit to a company to run that program, the hosting of the app in effect, because the total revenues will increase. So they'll cover their costs from that side. The other is that if council wants to go forward with this, we plan to look at different options for payment providers. We signed a one-year contract with Honk because it was a pilot program. We procured them on the basis of a piggyback clause in the Town of the Blue Mountains procurement program that they went through in 2020. So we as a municipality have not actually investigated all of the different options that are out there for payment providers. We already work with one which is called McKay Pay, who deal with the boat launch tickets. So should council want to go forward, we will look at the various different providers for this to make sure that we're getting the best value for money and the best ability for the customer to pay for the parking, because I think there's a balance there. It's not just about who's cheapest, it's also about how can people pay for the parking, because that's important.
Thank you, Matt. Are you finished with your, excuse me, with your questions? Sorry,
Go ahead
Councillor
to
Greenfield.
Councillor Greenfield first,
All right,
and then I
thanks.
have
We'll
two
go
more.
Councillor Greenfield?
Well, I'm okay if the deputy mayor wishes to go.
No,
No,
go
go
ahead.
Okay, all right, thank you. A couple of things. As far as the exemptions, at the harbor are concerned, I think Mr. Smith touched on it very well. There's going to have to be some decisions made. Perhaps the exemptions in 2022 will have to be revisited at the end of the year. There may be some juggling there, but I just want to say that I think Councillor Bartley and I are blessed with some, well, all of the committee members on this Parks Committee are very, very involved, very dedicated people, and it's really a pleasure sitting on that committee, because we get so many different arguments and discussions and suggestions, and what we decided on was a compromise. For locations, we did not include Fred Reaper Park. And this is similar to the compromise we made about the RV parking along the shore. After a lot of discussion, a lot of comments and questions, we came to what we thought was a decent solution. So, yeah, I think that's all I wanted to say for now.
Okay. Are there any other questions? If I may, Matt, I'm just going to jump in quickly here with a couple of questions. One of the things that struck me from this very comprehensive report that really covered all of the gamut, there was a significant tourism component here in terms of parking, and the way our bylaw staff encouraged, I want to say enforced, but encouraged compliance with parking and the reasons for it. I think, to me, that spoke volumes of the role for the engagement of our bylaw folks who are there on bikes and interacting with tourists who have come, perhaps given direction, perhaps offered suggestions of what to do, where to go, and so on, and acted as tourism ambassadors to those folks that are coming into our parks. I really liked that. I thought it was certainly a strong message going forward that while, yes, we need to have some assistance from out-of-town visitors to support the services that help make their visit more pleasant to our community, and find ways to come back and enjoy it again and again. So a couple of things, and I'm sure, I thought I read it in there, a $10 daily parking fee would be applicable to all 3 locations. So that was certainly something that was considered at the outset, was we would have to pay out-of-towners would have to pay $10 for each location they visited in the course of a day. That no longer applies. This has been removed to have a $10 fee that would apply to any of those 3 parks that engaged in this pilot project. I like that as well, because certainly that was more advantageous to them. I think that was one of the questions that I wondered about was resident passes, and whether they would have to be renewed annually, and whether there's an opportunity to get them online. Is there some way that could be worked into a program for resident passes for those locations?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. And before I answer that question, I would like to add my voice to the thanks to our summer bylaw team and our permanent bylaw team. We were very fortunate this year to have some excellent folk out and about on their bikes. You'll have probably seen,
yep.
Talking to people. And yes, I've never experienced before a program that has the potential to make people unhappy, like paid parking does, where the majority of the responses we got from the public involved things like, but your bylaw team were excellent, and they were really friendly and helpful and encouraging, and so, you know, really wanting to point out that our staff were doing good work at the park and at the harbour and so on, and I think they did an excellent job, and that does really have that ambassadorial impact as well, because they're identifiable as Meaford staff, and they were certainly getting asked lots of questions about parking, but about lots of other things as well. In terms of resident passes, I confess I cannot remember whether the resident passes specifically say 2021 on them. I know that the original intent had been that we would issue a different colour each year, so that we could ensure that the people that we issue those passes to were still residents in the municipality year after year, because of course lots of us, like myself, might move from Meaford to Chatsworth, and therefore if I had a pass this year, then maybe I shouldn't have a pass next year. So that was always the intent. We can certainly look at that if they're not dated, with the knowledge that that brings with it some of those minor risks. In terms of applying online and things, we can do all sorts. We can do almost anything, as I say quite frequently. What it does mean is that if we were doing applications online, we would then have to mail those passes out, and so that would incur a cost to the municipality to issue those parking passes. I think what's perhaps more likely as a good option is to try and look at whether there's more locations that we can issue those passes rather than just the admin office between certain hours, in sort of normal working hours.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay, now back to you, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Your Worship. I wondered if I could ask, as we did at Memorial Park and they took payment at the park office, could that happen at the harbour, where they could take payment at the harbour?
That would be our intent, yes.
At the harbour office. And my last question then, in relation to potential parking concerns on Bridge Street and Your Worship Street on Denmark and so on, there would be more no parking signs installed in those locations to make sure that people weren't parking inappropriately.
Yeah, so what we did in 2021 was expand our existing residential permit process, which Council may or may not remember. We've had around the hospital area on Trowbridge and Noble and so on for many years to try and encourage people not to park on the street when they should be parking in the hospital parking lot. We expanded that to the area around Memorial Park, so that property owners got a parking pass and could apply for a second one. So that would mean that they could park on street, but visitors to the community couldn't. And indeed, residents of the municipality who didn't live in that immediate area couldn't park on the street either. If council wants to move ahead with this, then we would do something very similar for the streets around the harbour. So, you know, we're talking Denmark and Bridge Street and so on, and out to the other side of David Johnson as well. I should probably point out, because it doesn't say this explicitly in the report, that there's a staff recommendation here that we expand this, because that's the way that we cover the costs of what we believe are important service levels. But staff really have no opinion on whether this process should be in place or not. This, of course, was a council directive last year and continues to be. So I think the only one that we would say would be no, I think all three of these options are perfectly viable options, and it really is down to council as to what you prefer. Recognising that we as staff believe that the service levels for enforcement and washroom cleaning are ones that we probably should be maintaining.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Matt. And I'll go to Councillor Cantor first, and then back to you.
Well, I don't have a question, but I would like to state my opinion on that before we vote, that's all. So if the Deputy Mayor would like to go first with a question, that's fine.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, well, and no reflection whatever on the Parks Advisory Committee, but my position is simply free parking is something that differentiates Meaford from its competitors. And I just feel that I'm quite certain that none of us would vote to reinstate paid parking on Syke Street for a very obvious reason. And I don't know how it is that you differentiate a tourist from a shopper. Thank you.
Over to you, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to ask, recognizing last year we got ourselves into a little bit of a pickle, I'll say, because work was done and expense was incurred as we were discussing paid parking, and then council changed its mind. So I'm just hoping we can avoid that, because I think this is a fairly serious question and we maybe need a little more time with it. So I'm just hoping that we can have some time to really review this before staff make that investment of time and funds as happened last year. Is that possible?
Well, yes. This is, of course, Committee of the Whole, and as I would always recommend, if you're unsure, that you pass it at Committee of the Whole to allow it to come back at Council in 2 weeks' time, so that would obviously give the chance for another conversation. If you wish to defer this matter to a later date, Council, you could absolutely bring a motion forward for that, and if the majority agrees, then we would defer it to whatever point. I would say that the later the decision gets made, the harder it is for us to do anything, because one of the difficulties last year was that we tried to do everything very, very quickly, because we didn't have an awful lot of time to do so. But I agree that this is a big decision for the community and for council, and I absolutely agree that I do not want for council to make one decision in 2 weeks' time and then change their minds when we bring back an updated parking bylaw in 3 months' time, because there is a lot of work that goes into this from our end. And so, you know, I would hope that whatever council decides today will be their decision, or decide in 2 weeks' time, or whenever you decide to make a decision.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And Councillor Vickers?
Through you, Your Worship, my question has to do with the issue of the parking passes. Is it the opinion of staff, I guess is how I would phrase it, that by issuing a parking pass with the municipal tax statement is not the proper way of going about it? So everybody doesn't, any local resident doesn't have to go in and you know, apply for a pass? Like, do they feel there's just too much lost revenue potential that if you start mailing them out, that they get handed out too freely?
I don't think I have an opinion on this, to be honest. Some municipalities have done exactly that. Some have done very much what we've done. As I say, I don't have an opinion as to what's better, but I can sort of talk a little bit about what some of the pitfalls of doing a mass mailer might be. And I think they're primarily two different things. One is that if you mail out parking passes, do you mail out two? Because a lot of households have got 2 cars, in which case, well, who does the second one get given to if somebody doesn't have, or who's the first one get given to if somebody doesn't have a vehicle, and so on. And so we have no way of knowing that the vehicle that sticker is on is a resident of the municipality, because it would be relatively easy just to keep a hold of that sticker and sort of stick it onto a windshield of a friend's car or so on. The other is that when we send out things for tax mail-outs, of course, lots of those tax invoices go to property owners who are not actually the residents of the municipality. They have tenants living in their houses and so on. And so we would struggle to make sure that the tenant got a parking pass. So we would still likely have to issue some as well at the office, in which case we're just sort of adding more and more to the number that have gone out. Now, I mean, we issued 1,600 this year, just for Memorial. I thought that was a very good number. We would have to do more if it was for the harbour. There's no doubt about it, and so maybe this will become more of an issue. But as I say, I think there's ways that we could figure out to get people to come and get the parking permits at a more convenient time if they needed to.
So this year they were attached to a license plate, were they not?
They were.
So is that the intent on a go-forward basis, is to attach them to a license plate number?
Unless council directs otherwise, yeah.
Councillor Bell. Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So there's two basic thoughts here that I've heard from the population. One is, and we've had reports even that say this, that a lot of people believe in the user pay system, that if you're going to use it, you should pay. The other aspect is on that, welcome to Meaford. You can purchase a ticket somewhere. And it's also a strong message that we're sending. And so for me, and I know I've got two fellow councillors on the Parks Committee, and they've often expressed how well that committee works in Memorial Park, and we've got a report about what that did at Memorial Park. But I just don't think that today I'm going to extend paying somewhere else. I think Memorial Park was that creature that we needed to deal with. And I think that to broaden it to other aspects would lead us to broadening it even further down the road. And as far as deferring, if someone wished to do that, I would support a deferral. But today I don't wish to do anything further. And another thing from my seat is I want to have a conversation with the BIA. As you know, I sit on that. I want to hear from that business community what they think, not just extending, as you mentioned, Councillor Kentner, Syke Street, but that business aspect that they count on. And I wish to hear from them on this. So today, to expand this, I'm not inclined to do so. But if somebody wished to do a deferral to buy a little more time, I would also support that. Thanks.
Without a motion to defer, if this motion that is ahead of us now is simply declined, it goes nowhere. It dies right here. Mm-hmm. So we have to keep that in mind.
I was actually just thinking, as Councillor Bell was talking, that perhaps I should just sort of explain what I think the options are for council in terms of dealing with this report, both today and at a future council meeting.
You're much more qualified to do that than I am, so please go ahead.
If council were to reject this, either today or at a future council meeting, and just defeat this motion, then from staff's point of view, that would mean that paid parking was stopped in the municipality. We would still have to bring forward an updated parking bylaw, because we'd have to remove the paid parking provisions, but we would remove the signage, and we would not do that next year. If council wanted to maintain it at Memorial Park and do nothing else, then you would need a motion to, in effect, delete parts 2 and 3 of the proposed motion, keeping 1 and 4, with maybe an amendment to number 4. And if you wanted to go with the option that we're proposing, then you'd keep it as it is. But yes, I just wanted to be really clear that if this is defeated, that means that paid parking stops altogether.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks again, Your Worship. I do have and good discussion, good questions. Do have a question for Mr. Smith. By approving parking fees at the Harbor and David Johnson Park, is there any danger that there's going to be any negative effect on our harbor master plan? Harbor master plan calls for a lot more parking down at the harbor. And we've also got some properties yet to purchase down in that area. Is this, do you see any danger of going ahead with this, or is it pretty well removed from the harbor master plan?
I think, and I will sort of look sideways at my colleagues as I say this, I think it's pretty removed, because really what we're talking about is, people paying for parking where they're currently allowed to park, and if the Harbour Master Plan changes that parking area, then they would pay for parking in the newly set up parking area. So I don't think that this is particularly connected to that.
Okay. Anything further, Councillor Kentner?
If you could frame it, I would be willing to support a motion to continue paid parking in Memorial Park, but not expand it at this time. I'm not sure that the kind of year that we had in 2021 was the best year to base a pilot project on. And I don't know what harm it would be to just simply let the pilot continue for another year and revisit this next year. So if anyone would support that, then perhaps we could have that motion framed, and otherwise,
Matt, I guess what I'm thinking with this, continue it on in Memorial Park, but not have this applicable to the other two locations. And I'm just going back to a $10 parking ticket fee supports all three locations. So why would we not try to expand it into both of those areas? Because parking down at the Governor General Beach is robust. I know, because I live very close to it, and I can see that is something that does attract people, but a lot of them are local people. They haven't, the tourists really haven't, they would park in the harbor area, I guess. I just think that expanding it at this time gives us further options, and it also ensures that the cost of maintaining that advanced service that we have now established through the pandemic of washroom cleaning and encouragement of abiding by the parking situation that we've got down there is providing another tourist service as well. I'm inclined to support the expansion to the two other locations as a pilot project, and it can stop there. There's always that option to try it out on those two areas as well as Memorial Park, and if it doesn't bring us the revenue that is required to support that without going to the taxpayer, which I think is something that everyone is very, very conscious of, adding a new service and adding a new operational cost, that it is borne through a user pay system, which, as Councillor Bell has suggested, we're all used to in many ways. I think it is worth a try to see how this goes. My opinion. Yes, Matt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that I'm sort of trying to decide how I phrase this. As I wrote the report and as I've talked today, I've tried to divorce two separate decisions for council. One is a decision about the parking programme, and one is a different decision at budget time about levels of service for enforcement and washroom cleaning. However, they're quite hard to divorce because there's a natural connection there, because parking means that we do need some higher enforcement services, and it's related to places where we have washrooms, so they are similar. One of the things I do want to sort of say is that as staff, we believe that we need that enforcement regardless of paid parking or not, because parking enforcement isn't just about whether you've paid, it's about are you parking in the right places, and so on. And one of the benefits of this is that we spent some time, and the Memorial Park Master Plan was that we spent some time sort of defining the parking areas at Memorial Park better, and some of the enforcement has been about people who've been parking in inappropriate places, of which, for those of you who've been to Memorial Park over the years will know that there was often quite a bit of parking in some fairly strange places, and so we managed to work on that, and that's because we had more officers available more often. So maintaining the program at Memorial Park is absolutely possible. For me, it's perhaps the worst of the three options, because it sort of is a halfway house that doesn't really do much. It would still cost the taxpayer to have that enforcement, which I would believe we would still need, and to maintain that washroom cleaning, and it would focus it on a very specific area. We did see, and the report talks about, more cars coming to the harbour and to David Johnson because we assume because of the paid parking at Memorial, and so that led to sort of more issues at those areas as well. As I say, any of these three options are completely viable, but and I am trying to divorce the two decisions, but they definitely play into each other, because otherwise we are going to be asking you for tax-based enhancements.
We don't want. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm a firm believer that option 3 would be the way I'd want to go. I don't have an issue with trying it. And just to the other councillors, if you choose option 1, which you're quite able to, and you still want to maintain the washroom cleaning, come December when budget time rolls in, there will be a tax increase for that to do so. Just keep that in mind. Like Matt just said, you can't divorce the two. One ties right into the other. You're quite good to take option 1, but there will be an increase in the budget in December. Though it be small, it is an increase. So I personally am in favor of option 3. Thank you.
Anybody else? Councillor Kessler.
It's a little confusing. We are given 3 options in the report, but the recommendation before us does not give us those options.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's not true at all. The report gives you 3 options. The recommendation recommends one of those options, option 3, because that's what a recommendation does.
I don't see
Deputy
where on our agenda the option to keep the program at Memorial Park but not expand it. Is that A, B, or C? It's neither. None.
Through your worship, option 2, I'm reading from page 12 of the report, option 2, maintain program at Memorial Park. That is not the option that staff are recommending, but it is an option that council can have. To do that, you would have to have a motion to amend.
Well, I don't know if there are any seconders, but I'll certainly move that to accept option 2.
Is there a seconder for that amendment? That is lost. Okay, Deputy Mayor, you were up next.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I was only going to briefly add that I think the important thing for us today is to make sure that we have opportunity to discuss this again in 2 weeks. If we defeat it, it's gone, and I think we're at a place where we need further discussion and we need to each do further research on this. So I just want to encourage us at least to make sure that it's on our agenda again in 2 weeks.
That would be to either amend it or to accept it as is. Anything further? No? Are we ready to call the question?
What is the question?
The question is option two, to accept option 3.
The motion that's
The
printed
motion
on the
that is
agenda
printed
and the
on the
staff
agenda. Approve the permanent continuation of paid parking at Memorial Park. Direct staff to expand the program to include David Johnson Park and Meaford Harbor. That's option 3. And direct staff to bring forward the parking bylaw. Councillor Bell?
And for clarity, Madam Mayor, if 4 out of 3 were to vote against option 3, that kills paid parking.
That kills the whole program.
And Madam Mayor, perhaps just to elaborate on that, it kills it because council approved a 1-year parking pilot previously. So unless council gives further direction to continue that, the pilot program simply stops. Okay.
That was option 2, which nobody would second.
No, Councillor Kent, no, it wasn't. That was option 1, which was to cancel the parking program altogether.
Okay. Is there further clarification needed, or are we ready to call the question? All right. All those in favor of accepting the recommendation as presented to direct staff to expand the program to include David Johnson Park and Meaford Harbor to continue on the permanent continuation of paid parking at Memorial Park? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And against? 1. That is carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Good discussion and lots of good questions. Okay. Do we need a quick stretch, or we, okay? Yes, we need a quick stretch. 5 minutes, please. 3:23. Return. Okay, and we're moving on now to Development Services. DEV 2021-41 is a consent agreement. The recommendation reads that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford enact a bylaw to authorize a consent agreement pertaining to 206663 Highway 26. May I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Councillor Greenfield, Councillor Bartley. And open the floor for questions, comments. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I've got it up on GIS, and maybe Rob or the planning department could tell me. So the septic is from the property of 6665, and what are we trying to approve here?
Through your worship, what this is essentially allowing for, or council approving creating an agreement to put in place restrictions that address the concerns associated with the ANSI area, as well as erosion control measures during construction, minimizing disturbances to orchard trees, and then also for future works on the lands in terms of obligations with Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks and Endangered Species Act. So the situation is that there is there's a septic system that is essentially now not on the land for the house that it's servicing. This allows, there was the consent to allow that change in terms of the property lines and the adjusting the ownership accordingly. And as part of that, the intent was to authorize an agreement to address these other concerns that arise through that change and creating the new septic system. So it allows to codify those other concerns other than just moving the property lines.
So they're not moving the property lines, they're not buying a chunk of the property, they're just allowing the septic to go on to their other property?
No, the property lines, that was part of the consent. Now, this is just so that there can be that agreement in place to allow for those other provisions to be codified, and those requirements are now in place and on title.
Rob, did you want
Just-
to expand on that?
These are another one of those things where, because we engaged in a planning act process to change the lot lines, you have to look at the new requirements for natural heritage matters that aren't otherwise covered under the zone, under the current bylaw, but would be under our new parent bylaw. There's no development being proposed in this areas, and I think it's just a consent agreement putting future owners on notice that should they want to touch those areas, they're going to have to do the further studies. But the development that's being contemplated, moving the lot line and the septic, isn't impacting those. It's just to say, if you want to do even more in the future, then you have to be aware, it's to be aware of those.
Okay, I understand now, thank you.
Yeah, it was a little confusing, but it's for future development, potential future development. Thank you. Rob's? Anything further? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor of this moving forward, and that is carried. And let's move on now to DEV 2021-42, the Meaford Haven Draft Plan Approval Extension for 848 Sykes Street North. And the recommendation reads that council support the request for a one-year draft plan approval extension to the County of Grey. Mover and a seconder, please, to put that on the table. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Kentner, thank you. And Kirsten, thank you for your patience. Open it up for questions, comments, staff. Councillor Vickers.
Through your worship, so if we don't approve the extension, where does that put the plan, and where does that put the municipality?
Through your worship, in terms of the plan, the challenge is then they go back to the starting point, right? It wouldn't be approved at the county in all likelihood, because their policy would be that they follow along with what happens here at the municipality. If you have to start this process all over again, in fact, all the studies and everything that went in to get this draft plan approval would have to begin again as well. You can't just update any of the studies just by changing the dates on that. Some of the data would not have changed, and so it would be, again, relatively easy in terms of updating those. But environmental studies, even if the same plants and the same animals are living there, you would have to undergo the many seasons of study of that. So in terms of the impact on the applicant and that these developable lands, an easy estimate would be that would be an overall delay to bring us back to today's step, could be anywhere between 2.5 and 3.5 or 4 years, because of the analysis that needs to be done, starting the entire process all over again, and then coming to draft plan approval again.
Yes, please go ahead.
So can I ask, from the planning department, from our side, what has been accomplished with the last year's delay?
I think Rob can probably speak to that, because he would have been
Sure.
dealing with it before the last year.
So, through your worship, a new owner who is reviewing the draft plan and making sure that it makes sense. I think for myself, we had a draft plan that was done quite a few years ago by a real estate agent looking to lay out the property. The new developer, Sinclair Homes, is actually a developer who develops property. So he had to make sure it first fit for what he believes is appropriate development. And as you heard in the presentation earlier, they have to make some tweaks based on some of the changes over time. In particular, when we rezoned it, as was mentioned, we anticipated the medical clinic to go here, but since it then came and went somewhere else, so it doesn't make sense to have that permission on this property. So that's an idea of some of the things. We have engaged in a lot of the discussions. There are some big issues that we need to work together with them on, in particular the Highway 26 intersection improvements that will need to be shared between Loon Call. We're still working on those with Loon Call and the Ministry of Transportation, and those take time. They're really out of the developers' hands. They're up to us to figure out in consultation with them and the Ministry of Transportation. So there has been significant work. I understand the red line revisions will be coming forward very shortly, and we'll be going to the public with those red line revisions early in the new year to facilitate those changes that have been discussed. The only other thing I would add is if council doesn't support the draft plan approval, it's actually the county that makes the decision. But this council has approved the zoning. Zoning doesn't expire, so we'll have a zoning that recognizes a development of the property, but no draft plan approval to divide the property into separate parcels. And if anything, the draft plan approval will be maintaining the current zoning that this council approves.
If I can add to that, Rob, and that we've just been through, and I'm sure Deputy Mayor will have news of this in the report from County Council, but we had just been through at County Council a situation where the host community declined an amendment request, and the County Council approved it. So that's something we just need to be aware of. If we decline this, it could easily be approved at the Grey County level. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I actually see this request for an extension as good news. I mean, this is a piece of property that has been vacant for many years now, back to a time when we were seeing advertisements of homes for $149,000. So that's how long ago this was first proposed to this municipality. So now we have a new owner who is able to move forward with this development and just needs a little time to put that plan together. So I'm in full support of permitting this extension for that reason, that we will finally see some housing developed on the highway. So thank you.
I agree. I absolutely support this proposal too. Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, through Your Worship. I would just like to make the comment that it was Councillor Greenfield who had the idea of a sunset clause, and we supported that a year ago when it looked like just another of 10 annual, extensions. And this is different, and I think we recognize that a new developer is showing a lot of interest and working, and just be assured that we want to see this progress and as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I have a question for Rob Voigt. It has to do with environmental studies and assessments on properties. I remember that there was a family, they had bought 100 acres and they were looking to build a home, and it went through environmental study impact for over a year, and the report came to council, and it said at the end of the report that the report is specific to their site. It has nothing to do with any touching or adjacent properties, but I thought in it said that the study was not transferable. Is that wrong, or are environmental studies, can they have lines that say, in this case, a new owner with an old study is going to be allowed to use that old study?
Through Your Worship, that clause that you're probably correctly referring to is quite standard language in anything that would be done by folks undertaking the environmental studies or engineering reports as well. But it's also relatively common that a new purchaser, in coordination with the existing owner who owns the rights to that study, would ensure that that agency, that consultant, affords them the right to use that as well. So there would be an agreement in place, likely some sort of exchange of money for that because it has value as part of that package, and then that right would be purchased. And the applicability in terms of what was studied and how long that is applicable would be based on the regulatory framework. That's a whole separate issue. But yes, you can purchase those rights if the existing owner is in agreement with that. So it's a process that happens behind the scenes. We would obviously, as part of our process with the new owner coming in, need to see assurance that they have access to that.
Well, that's excellent. I've often wondered that. I always kind of thought that if you sold a property and it started the process from square one, and there was a large amount of money to this agency for in it. Anyway, thanks for the clarity. Very much.
Councillor Vickers?
Through you, Your Worship, and I guess maybe my frustration shouldn't be with the new owners, but it certainly is frustration with the previous owners, and I guess I shouldn't take it out on the present people trying to develop it. But it does get to be, you know, we're talking 12 years now, I think it is. So like, it's not like just a short period of time, and it just gets to the point where, you know, we need the housing, we need it done sooner than later, and it just seems like this one project has been you know, just strung out over a long period of time, and I don't think it does the municipality or the people of Meaford any good by having this being such a long, drawn-out process. So I guess, you know, I hope the new owners are serious about getting shovels in the ground and getting things moving. It just becomes year after year the same story. So I find it frustrating, maybe as a person more than a councillor. Thank you.
I have, there has been a death in the family. That's what caused the original delay with that property. The owner passed away. So that counted for a large number of those year delays.
Okay.
Anything else? And seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor of this approval extension? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to updates from members appointed to County Council, committees, and local boards. Deputy Mayor, over to you for County Council.
Thank you, Your Worship. County Council met on Friday the 12th, since our regular meeting day of a Thursday fell on Remembrance Day. The meeting began with 2 failed amendments to decisions from our last meeting. Firstly, to change the time of the inauguration event for 2022 from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. for the new warden. It will remain at 11 o'clock. Secondly, to revisit the discussion of stone dusting the rail trail between Dundalk and Durham. It was agreed to go forward with completing the full 35 kilometers of the trail, and the other option was to complete just 20. As part of the long-term care redevelopment of Rockwood Terrace project, it was agreed to support an expense of $2.5 million for the purpose of providing the following services. Those of an architect, landscape engineering, cost consulting, furniture specialist, commissioning agent, hardware consultant, warranty consultant, and overall quality management of the build. A motion was supported to request a report from staff that will provide information on various governance options, including the term of the Grey County Warden, direct versus indirect election, meeting structure, and weighted voting. This report will be very helpful for councillors heading into the next term of council. An interesting delegation was brought forward by Lynn Logan from Laura Bay. The delegation addressed concerns regarding the height of Phase 5 of Laura Bay cottages. The question really revolved around whether the residents were adequately informed of the changes in grade and setbacks for the upcoming phase. Reed's Heritage Homes also presented, stating that the walkouts were always part of the plan. After much discussion and a closed session to consider legal implications, it was decided to give the go-ahead for a draft plan of condominium extension to advance the continued construction at Laura Bay. And this is the report that the mayor was referencing, where the town of the Blue Mountains did not agree to go forward. Staff presented an outline of official plan updates for the county resulting from the recent growth management projections. The county OP now extends 25 years out, so to 2046. There is emphasis on additional residential units, heritage barn preservation, guidelines for on-site farm businesses, CPR rail trail policies, climate action plan policies, bedrock and shale mapping, and adding 2 development areas to the town of Hanover. Growth management data will be adjusted once the 2021 census numbers are posted sometime in 2023. A report was presented for the addition of mental health supports for members of council under the Grey County Employee Assistance Plan. This 24/7 confidential service will cost $890.28 for the 18 members of County Council, and our council will remember we passed a similar motion at our last meeting. Grey County owns Golden Town here in Meaford. The mortgage on this property comes due on December the 1st, 2021. Council decided to pay off this mortgage rather than securing another loan for the site. Eliminating this payment from the budget accounts for 0.07% of the levy. Staff have made an offer of $1.2 million on a property located at 396 14th Street West in Owen Sound for the purpose of providing supportive housing. 8 to 10 units will be constructed. This project is in conjunction with Grey Bruce Health Services and the Canadian Mental Health Association. The intention is that this facility will be a hub for those transitioning from hospital to home. And Your Worship, over to you if I've missed anything.
Very thorough, thank you. Accessibility Advisory Committee, Councillor Greenfield.
Yes, we did meet about a week and a half ago. We received our annual accessibility compliance report and also the accessibility year-end status report. And I just wanted to mention Meaford, our municipality, is doing quite a few things when it comes to accessibility. In the report, it was mentioned Meaford Moves and our association with the county transit. Our community safety and well-being plan, we got good stars on a report for that. National Accessibility Week, things like the water tower lights, dementia-friendly community awareness that our municipality was involved in, and also upgrades at a number of our facilities. I guess Bogner Hall, especially, and especially the stairway down to the basement and the access. Meaford Hall upgrades, museum upgrades, and also sidewalk and curb alterations that made it much easier for certainly for wheelchairs, but just anybody who has trouble stepping up, and more accessible parking spots. So our municipality over the last year has done quite a number of additional projects to help make life just a little bit easier. There was also a verbal presentation by one of our members, Mary Solomon, and it involved the Wisdom Exchange Studio Pilot Project. That program is being sponsored by Ryerson University, and yes, it's still Ryerson, and was kind of left with our deputy clerk, Ms. Wilton Segal, to follow up on that, and I'm sure she is doing that right at this moment. So there may be some more coming forward to council, or certainly to the committee a little bit later. I think that's it, Your Worship.
Thank you. Economic Development Advisory Committee, back to you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. We did meet last week. Rob Voigt, our new Director of Planning, shared updated processes and timelines for our official plan review process. The committee had a lot of questions, but we were pleased with the additional attention that's going to be dedicated to this project. EDAC members will be involved going forward in helping to make sure all the different groups are consulted. This is going to be a very public consultative effort, and new timelines will be posted shortly. We also spoke about our next meeting, which will be on December the 8th. We will begin determining additional areas of focus for our committee. And I would just ask Director Voigt if there was anything he'd like to add, because it was quite an extensive discussion on the official plan updates.
Through your worship, the only thing that I would add is highlighting a bit more the extent to which we are shifting the community consultation. I think if you think of it in terms of kind of a multi-tiered approach, the first tier will be sort of internal consultation, so all the various experts we have within the municipality, including the council members, but various department heads and staff. Then those that kind of referring to as adjacent, so that would be all the various committees and meeting directly with them on their various areas of expertise and influence, as well as some of the external agencies that we coordinate with on a regular basis. And then from there also broader sort of community consultation, including a series of meetings sort of in situ around Meaford. You know, we have, as we all know, we have a very large geographic area, and so we're going to try to get out into the community in a variety of ways, with COVID restrictions becoming less stringent. That will become easier. And then also, I think another shift is that throughout that process, there will be a number of sort of feedback loops where we find those people that are champions in the community or have particular interests that can help us kind of resolve some of the issues. Staff is trying to do their best to essentially not be just the translator and sort of in between discussions, but bringing people that have similar or adjacent interests together to help us resolve the issues or figure out some of the policy direction. So, for example, there might be great conversations about how do we do housing for all across their life courses. How do we get that to work with people that have very strong and important ideas about environmental protection? How do we do both of those things, right? Everything's a value judgment. How do we do economic development, particularly within the Heritage District, and have that work, right? So a lot more collaboration, lots of listening, but also working with the various stakeholders and particularly the citizens of Meaford. Being involved in this is a participatory sport. It is not just about firing off your comments. It's about rolling up your sleeves and working with us to create a really great official plan. Thank you for the opportunity to make that statement.
No, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Parks Advisory, and that would be you, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to take this one, Harley, because you've already had a turn. We had a very short meeting. We did discuss at quite length paid parking, and you have to remember that the majority of the Parks Advisory Committee are from the public, their constituents, their taxpayers, and we did vote to expand the paid parking to the harbor and David Johnson's Park. Then we finished it off. Our parks person asked us what we'd want to do with the Fred Raper Park. And basically the Parks Committee come up, now this is nothing on paper or anything, that we would like to see something simple back there, a swing set and a picnic table, but not a full blown out park, because we know the water could come back at any time, but we would like something there. So basically it was a very short meeting, and that's what we come up with that day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Worship, if I may, about the Parks Advisory Committee, the paid parking was a split vote. It wasn't unanimous when that came. So very reflective of the feelings around the municipality.
Very good. And anything else from anybody that, no? All right, moving on then to a memo on the building report.
Oh,
You, Harley.
If I may, Your Worship, I'd really enjoy, if I get it pulled up here. Okay, after 10 months, we are approaching the $95 million mark for permits, building permits. Now, if you do the quick math, that's about $9 million a year, a month over the last 10 months. So if you use that as a modeling factor, we should end up well over the 100 million, and I'm quite certain that we will. I think whenever, on occasion, we have the occasional naysayer comments about the municipality of Meaford and this problem and that problem and so on and so forth. I think all we have to do is refer to this building permit. Obviously, people want to move here, live here, build here. It's got to be a great spot. It's proof positive here, and I'm just thrilled every time I look at these numbers. It's just been an amazing year, and by the sounds of it, a lot more to come.
Sure, thanks for that. Moving on to councillor motions. Are there any notices of motion before council? Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to serve a notice of motion that I plan to bring forward a motion that traffic be diverted around the Cenotaph intersection between 9:45 and 11:45 a.m. each November 11th for the annual Remembrance Day Cenotaph service. And I'm not pointing fingers at anyone with this motion, only respecting the fallen and the members of our Canadian forces, as well as with regard to the municipality's liability for traffic safety.
Okay, thank you. There's no motions for decision, so we'll move on to the adoption of the minutes. First one is the council meeting of November the 1st. I have a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Vickers and Deputy Mayor. Any comments on that? Those? All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And the planning public meeting, October 25th. A mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Greenfield, Councillor Bartley. All in favor of these minutes as presented, and that is carried as well. Is there anything on the list of communications that council wishes to bring forward? No? Then a second. Being none, we have reached the end of our agenda. I want to thank everyone for very interesting and thoughtful discussions throughout the course of the afternoon. And I will now declare this meeting adjourned.